the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Water Resources Institute, in the person of Engineer Dr. Deborah Darko. Engineer Doctor, please. Yes. No, it's for you to sit, and I will introduce all the others. So if you can kindly go this way so that you can walk majestically. All right. And then the next presenter is online, and he is an associate professor from the University of Denver. He's in the person of Professor Hansen Nyantechi Frimpong. So he will join us online. Then the next keynote would be coming from all the way Japan. Yes. When you travel, sometimes you have to take a break in the middle before you continue. So we are very grateful that Prof made it. And we have a professor from Tokyo Agriculture University in Japan in the person of Professor Hirotaka Matsuda. Prof Matsuda. If you don't clap, I'm collecting taxes. Okay, all right. And then the next presenter on this set is also, yes, coming from Japan as well. Another professor from Wakayama University in Japan. He's in the person of Prof. Yuji Hara. Yes, please. Prof. Hara, we are happy that you came. Thank you so much. Okay, so for this session, we have 4 speakers. 1 is online, and the other 3 are introduced. And so the first to speak would be talking about climate change impact. So this session is generally about climate change impact on water, energy, food, and ecosystems in the Trans-Sahara region. And Engineer Dr. Deborah Darko would be doing us the honors of talking about the water and energy dimension. So you will all help us to do the timekeeping in 15 minutes. Engineer Doctor, we are happy to hear you.
Good afternoon. Bonjour à tous. Thank you so much for the opportunity, organizing committee, for the invitation to be part of the summit. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present on Sabioda's redefining development in the region. I intend in this presentation to examine how climate change is reshaping energy and water systems within the region, and then examine integrated pathways with the goal of So I would like us to start by just looking at it's facing and highly seasonal, and is concentrated in a handful of water basins within the region, from low recharge rates as low as 15.7 million areas. Now, the dramatic shrinkage of Lake Chad, for example, from about 5,000 kilometers squared to about 10,000 kilometers squared by 1998 gave us a clear indication of the water stress in the region. The Lake Chad is receiving inflows mostly from the south, from Nigeria, and then Cameroon. And so if it's shrinking, there may be other anthropogenic conditions, but then it also gives an indication of the stress in the region. In terms of access, agricultural withdrawals and leaving limited room for other sectors, since provide critical resource base, but they are vulnerable resilience Space parallel, DC penetration is very low across the region. Energy access in much of Sahel sources, particularly in rural areas, driving degradation. And you have systems like the North African energy systems, which are heavily fossil-based. So in North African areas, energy generation, fossil accounts for as much as 76%. And that has implication for water, because they demand a lot of water. They are water intensive for cooling, for salinization, and for pumping. Hydropower is very important, but then it's also inherently climate sensitive. And most of our energy infrastructure is also water intensive, which when strategically deployed. Now, grid modernization and financial gaps also remains a binding constraint. And so these conditions, particularly water and energy trade-offs, will eventually be amplified by climate change. And it also reveals the deep interconnections of the WEFE. And these challenges are, in our context, also stem from governance and data challenge. And this is what climate change would amplify, existing challenges within the region. Across the region, we see observable trends, particularly warming than part of the continent. In the Sahel, we've seen also per decade what we experience in parts of the basin. Around the Sahelian, we're the epicenter of the drought, but then other parts of the region also experience different severity and duration of a drought. Rainfall variability, it's highly variable in the region. Between 19-70% decline compared to earlier historical period. And what we see now is intensive rainfall and very intermittent. In terms of extreme events, we've had increasing frequency. In the Sahel alone, we have, since 1992, have been experiencing 30 years. And so climatic changes is not so subtle. Dry days have increased as much as between 50 and 30 days per decade. And energy systems. So projections indicate that water resource availability will reduce by 10 to 40, between 10 and 40% by 2050 across many river basins. And this will be amplified by the reservoirs. Then we shift into energy technologies that require a lot of water. And then groundwater systems are not being recharged. And so this cascade from water stress goes into energy insecurity, and then energy insecurity into the broader socio-ecological impact within the basin. So climate change, what it does in situations, what it does is it also amplifies these trade-offs within the WEFE and then achieve SDG targets. Potential terrain risk like irreversible ground like the Nubian sandstone aquifer system. And we also have a potential of hydro projects reducing reliability for a very long time. And also with vegetation loss, we would be accelerating desertification across the region. Even with initiatives like the Green Wall, we still stand a risk of achieving water and energy security. Now, these amplified water trade-offs, water energy trade-offs, essentially amplifies this water energy feedback loops. So we see declining water, reducing hydropower, shifting, and then more intensive pumping, and then the cycle goes on. In this amplification, we also see it reveals synergies, and synergies that can be harnessed in an integrated way, as had been presented earlier. And some of these synergies in the basin is to deploy solar and wind technologies. It partially decouples this loop and then reduces our water intensity. But at the same time, we also have expanding electricity penetration in part of the basin because it becomes decentralized. And then this can really increase multiply risk. But simultaneously, it increases the strategic across. I wear glasses, so I'm really struggling to read what I already have here. Okay, so in this slide, the picture you see, the diagram is a quantified trade-offs and synergies of WEFE priorities in the Volta Basin. And Professor Daphne put it nicely, WEFE Nexus modeling, because I was going to say we did integrated water energy modeling and optimization framework. And when he immediately said WEFE Nexus, I was like, oh, I'm going to use that. So yes, so this was done as part of the implementation of a project we call the Future Dams. It's also a WEFE project. And as part of a project, one of the things we did is to run scenarios. And that's one of the ways we can help policymakers in making a simulation of all these priorities. You know, it's shared by 6 riparian countries. Most of it lies within Ghana and Burkina faces the chronic drought and extreme events. And so in the planning of a new multi-purpose Palugu Dam, which is to be constructed on the White Volta Basin in the northern part of Ghana, and also the agency to integrate renewables within our power stability, enhance agricultural water use, including flood, recession, agriculture, and ecosystem services. In a context where we have limited formal cooperation in terms of the operation of our, and so what we did was to simulate these trade-offs and synergies under different climatic health cooperation in terms of in operating the Bagre Dam upstream of about 11 points, which is one of our biggest energy infrastructure in the country, and then provides a substantial contribution to the energy mix. Without that cooperation, we lose as much as 11.5% of it. But then with cooperation, considering the Bagre upstream and then energy loss to 3.6%. Optimization priority. We reduce flood recession agriculture benefits by up to 69%. So that shows you the interconnectivity and how integration and cooperation can enhance synergies by managing trade-offs within the basin. Also within the same project, we looked at how, integration of renewables just based on hydro power flexibilities, how that contributes to other $69 million. But deploying a more diversified energy renewable investments like solar, wind, bioenergy, and strategic operation of existing dams like the Akosombo and the Kong, we are able to save or increase agricultural revenues. And in the same time, we're able to reduce emissions and then save cost. Okay. So from evidence from the region and also from projects I've been involved in, these are key lessons I think provide leverage points across the WEFE Nexus. So I have a minute, so these are some of the leverage points we can, like the Trans-Saharan project. So first lesson, amplification requires integration. I think that I've explained. Water is an accelerator. Water is central to the WEFE Nexus. And so one of the things we can do is starting water first interventions. And with that, we can quantify trade-offs early. And then we can also see ripple effects on the other energy, food, and ecosystem services. So the renewables, by strategically deploying them, we can actually reduce water intensities, but at the same time, expanding energy penetration within the region. I did not present on governance and institutions and data, but it remains one of the biggest challenges we have in the region, and that also amplifies climate change impact on water and energy security in the basin. Now, demand-side management is one of the areas where we can easily use interventions. We can reduce a lot of cost. They are real, but they are avoidable. So in conclusion, my conclusion is very short. So climate change is reshaping water and energy interdependence. Leverage points show that we have a clear, actionable pathways to resilience. The challenge is not lack of solution. It is this. He said that we to enhance resilience in the region. So thank you so much.
Do it better for engineer, doctor, resilient. Now we want to go online. We have Prof. Nyantechi Frimpong. He has been waiting and wondering what we've been up to. No, he's online. Okay, so whilst we try to engage us, we will travel to Japan. Yes, his name is Hanson. Is he online? Okay, so yeah, on the Zoom. So once we have to put ourselves together,
title is different, sorry. Today I talk about like different, thank you. So, by the way, so one of the, my best friend is from the KNUST. And then finally the Professor Daphne invited me kindly to she introduced it like previously presentation, kind of like a brief information of my project in Zambia. That is an ongoing project. How can we invite the ordinary people or like targeting people to that project? That is the topics is, I believe, related to the this like the Sahara the project. So first of all, I would like to I would like to explain that what the students we can invite the ordinary people on the research to the research activity, and then recently this sort of the activities I think you can find in the we believe that those people should be invited to the research activities, and then that is a part of like the research activities, and then like one of the remarkable like papers are published in the PRONAS. That is published by the like Jacob Van Etten. He's from the Biodiversity International. Now it's the Alliance of Biodiversity and the CIAT. And then they applied to the citizen science the concept to the agriculture. It's simply then this picture is from like their kind of brochures, or like they provide a lot of information. They will distribute the like new varieties to the farmer without the names of the variety, and then ask them to. Them means the like farmers to evaluate the which variety is the best, which variety is the worst at the each growth stages, and then it's very simple for the farmers to answer, and then collect that data, and then analyze it by like they also provide some like the R's code, but in my understanding that code is not enough. They understand the or like they analyze with the which variety should be distributed to that the areas. That color means the varieties they decide to they estimated based on that the citizen science the trials, and then the final recommend this area should grow this variety based on that the like farmers preference with the climate data or something like that. That is the concept of, as I told the I tried to apply this sort of like the activity to the Zambians. And then recently, Zambia's the right-hand side, the figure indicate the difference between the productions and the consumption. Then the consumption is larger than the production. It means that the Zambia import a lot of the rice. Then, of course, this data is from like FAO's data. The FAO's data is, as you see, some like with the demand of the rice in the Zambia is increasing. Then we try to disseminate the other like rice varieties in Zambia. So our project is composed of the 3 components. The first one is like the development of a basic breeding the technology and the gene banks. And then the second one is the, it's difficult to read, but applying the answer culture techniques to develop the new agriculture, the activity. And then the bottom one is the, I belong to, we distribute the seed to the farm of the farmers. And then, like our project is like 3rd years, it's still, kind of elementary levels, very basic levels. We hope that such kind of like cycles are enhanced, and then in the near future, they can do it by themselves. Then, by the way, of the agriculture or new varieties dissemination, we apply the mother-baby trials, MBTs, the top levels. So we invite the farmers to experimental fields. So experimental fields run by the agriculture research and development institutions, and then they grow. And then farmers come there and observe that then they understand that variety is good, and then bring it to their household, and then grow it. But that is the kind of the heavy burden for the farmers. And then instead of that, the kind of tricot approach. The tricot approach is a soil science approach. We distribute just 3 varieties. I will explain later. Then we ask the farmers to select 1 variety from the 3 varieties. Therefore, that is called the tricot approach. The tricot approach is like ask the farmers to bring the distributed the seed, then growing it in their field. Then we collect that data from them. Therefore, the task of the farmers is not so heavy. That's why probably when in terms of the farmers' livelihoods, the tricot approach is better than the mother-baby trials. And then this is kind of like a detail of the difference, the mother-baby trials and the tricot approaches, but I will skip this one. And then, okay. So this is the kind of like trial, CS trials I implemented in the last year. So this year already like next stages trial started. And then the other trial based in the last years, like that one. At first we did the primary surveys, and then the preliminary survey, and then baseline surveys, and then the student science trial, and then the monitoring is started. And then at first, we target the 40 household in Mukukamuhum, the camp. That is a camp. Camp is a kind of like village names of the Zambians. And then covering the 160 household in the Chifros. So because of the trial base, we just select a small number of the farmers in those areas. And then among the 40 household, 5 household are selected for the targeting the household. And then from the out of the 160 household, the 30 households are selected as targeting the household. Because the blue areas, the Chifro, they grow the rice mainly. The green areas, they grow the maize mainly. However, as you see, kind of the same stream, river streams, they have the common streams. So we believe that the household in the Mukukamuhum, that is potential the rice farmer. So after trying after getting some results at the Chifro regions, then we try to apply the result for the Mukamuhum. Therefore, we select the two regions or like a household from the villages. And then, okay. So that area is like they have plenty of the water. It's a bit different from like the Transfers project, Africa's projects. However, the situation of the water is different. So these figures indicate the types of the land. The left-hand side, the figure indicate the total the areas. The right-hand side indicate the chief flows and the Mukamuhum's the situation. Upper field, the rain fed the upper field and the rain fed the upland. So the water the situation is the difference by differences. So if we apply the citizen science to all the areas like as a flat, probably the result will not be enough. I will talk about it later. But anyway, and then we distribute the the varieties from the 7 varieties. We selected the 7 varieties from the 0.5 to the single. Then we distribute them, and then in their field, the extension officer visit the household and then collect the data. Collect the data means, as I told, the questionnaire is very simple. Like you see, so at each growth stages, the CEO asks them which variety is the best, which variety is the worst. And then each component, at the final stages, each components are fulfilled. And then we get the result. And then this is kind of like estimation method to estimate that this is the result. So that's the that's the line. It means that they prefer that's the variety. So according to their preference, like C, the Kilombero is the very traditional variety there, and YY is the introduced variety. Recognize that the variety is better significant, the result. The problem is, the problem at this point I would like to emphasize is you can see the risk of the estimations. So how can we narrow that space is very important. Even the Van Etten's the results, they have kind of such a bar. So if we have such broad, and this is the the result by the ecosystem. Ecosystem means the water types. Then the red colors indicate the strongly we recommend at the rain-fed submerged areas. However, other rain-fed uppers, rain-fed upland, or some irrigated land, it's difficult to define. So, probably the AEG can be grow at their field. However, here, rain-fed submerged upland, we do not have any results. But anyway, we can estimate the preferences. However, when we think about the actual result or actual preference or actual the situation of the land, still, I'm very hesitating to emphasize that's the varieties. And then, okay, so this is the final kind of the risk of that estimation. Then, question is how many number is necessary? Really, we have to, so based on that, based on our result, now I'm trying to estimate how much number is necessary to get the clear result. And the other thing is that the bottom, the picture is the actual situation. However, so we ask them to do this kind of line planting. However, the line planting is better. It's not the actual situation, which we should think about. So we should ask them to grow as their way, or they can, I think that is line planting, which is related to the improvement of agriculture. The point of view, it's very difficult for us to decide anything. But anyway, I would like to conclude. So as I told, is how we can invite the ordinary people or targeting people to the our project. So I believe the title of this project is kind of ongoing project. I try to alter the result or like a way of the citizen sciences from now. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Matsuda. We've learned about citizens who want to tell learning lessons.
Unfortunately, the case study is conducted not in Africa, but in Thailand. But this kind of comparison makes the uniqueness of Africa visibly. So I hope you could get some points from my presentations. So Thailand is actually as a major rice exporters, but I would say the rice production was almost managed by the very big rice mill companies. So basically farmers is quite weak. A unique seasonal precipitating rainy season here, so that farmers basically relied on the rain-fed rice fields productions, and it's quite really, how to say, just like gambling farming here because of the less shortage of the irrigation system here. This is one of my drawn pictures. You could see something. Oops, sorry. Interesting point here. This landscape it's completely different from the other rice dominant. The assumption of why they remain this kind of tree within this kind of rice fields. There is a lot of story, but perhaps they could use the function of tree shade, and also they could function of the litter nutrient in these rice fields as well, but there is no empirical research results of this kind of uniqueness landscape and the function of this kind of individual trees. We will do this research in the next stage, but this presentation is just preliminary results of image and drawn image. Let me next. Rice fields. Of course, it also depends on the landform and micro landscape patterns, which is, for example, a little bit better than the complete acid distribution patterns are subject to the landform. Nobody knows this kind of landscape pattern. Nobody mapped because of relies on season. The forest remain purely deciduous forest. Then during the dry season, the winter, like January, December, and this is estimated tree cover. Let me proceed first to the this is precipitation patterns. It's somehow the south part of mountain are variable. Even within year they have, and also along the year change, it's quite intense. Rainy season, extreme flooding, farming, rice farming. They started the broadcasting, broad sowing in around November during, the rainy season. But dry season, there is nothing to do for them. Then in terms of rice varieties, originally they did have a lot of varieties actually, but because of rice mill company monopoly, they distribute only few popular rice varieties here. Then the traditional, very important rice source in terms of genetic diversity this now is vanishing. So in terms of our productivity, you could see some figures, but it's quite less in compared to the other central part of Thailand and compared to other country, like rice-dominant country in Asia. And this is draw image. They could have very small plots, and then this is this land suitability map produced by the government, Thai national government. They have some criteria to identify the land suitability for each rice varieties, but nobody validate the correctness of this kind of map, and the farmer don't believe this kind of classification. They completely rely on their own experience, or just like gambling. They just rely on the precipitation patterns. If they're lucky, they could get good harvest with some rain, but some year they face very unlucky, no rice production because of drought and short rain, or something like that. This is bad example. The government do some land readjustment project in nearby river, but it's once flooded. This rice plot completely flooded, and dry season completely dry. They cannot make any rice because this, even this plot is very close to the river, but the water must be subject to gravity, then need energy to pump up the water from the river to these kind of plots, which is not feasible for local farmers. So this is an fair example of the government initiate land readjustment project. And also sometimes the government set up this kind of straight shaped channels, which is completely divided into the natural water stream, which is really subject to accuracy 1 meter. So few centimeter even, this is the advantage of the local topography. It's quite significant factor here. Somehow that infrastructure of irrigation channel just deteriorate this natural stream like this. Then my students is just doing satellite monitoring using Sentinel-2 and 1 based on the Google Earth Engine framework. And as you might know, the Sentinel-1, 2 is really frequently used in other areas to estimate land feasibility, but monitor even within the month. Level Sentinel-2 is, of course, this is a passive optimal sensor having a lot of cloud cover. Then, like this. So, first trial is how to remove the cloud cover by masking, and also we decided to use the Sentinel-1 having a radar sensor to identify the rice fields. So point here is we both use to identify the actual rice field is developed historically by local farmers, but it's quite complicated fields in Thailand, particularly in consideration of the agricultural irrigation is not clear. So we try to define the rice fields of rain-fed or rice fields of with irrigation accessibility or something like that. Now we are trying. Then also we do field monitoring using multispectral drones. This is our sample farm fields, which is distributed subject to somehow landscape patterns, a different type of topography. We set up sensitive drone and using vegetation activity of rice fields because there is no statistic data managed by rice mill companies, private rice mill company. They don't want to give some data to statistics office, evaluate the productivity, and even that we need the number of the actual rice production by ourselves. So in this sense, satellite monitoring and drone monitoring, that's quite useful technology in this area, like this. Then we now try to make a scale linkage between the provincial scale Google vegetation effect of the, and also we did sample rice fields, the farmers cooperated with us, and then we do monitoring using multispectral drone. Then the finding is that where rain-fed rice fields are, and then while we do have information from some government, but there is no data, as I told you, then it's difficult to differentiate somehow the rain-fed and agricultural irrigation system. So just this is a way of what we're doing now. Then my student is now writing the first paper using the provincial scale, the satellite image, then already identified the governmental land suitability map is completely inconsistent with real productivity. Then this is the example, just line scale as well. Then now it's just ongoing, and the vegetation index. It's quite a good way to do it in need. In consideration, and rice promotion scheme should redirect to where evidence-based. And we do need another further work as compared with rice fields with water source, and also need some this research framework could applicable to this kind of drastic dynamic landscape with no data actually. Then perhaps the self-monitoring is quite affordable to another area, including Africa. Then combining the larger scale, the wider scale using satellite and very detailed fine scale using drone monitoring could be quite feasible to make a real understand the land suitability for any variety of rice and also another crops as well. Sorry, a little bit time, cannot keep a time, but the discussion is we may need further research, but we try to promote another way of rice production here because of it's just gambling rice fields monopolized by rice mill company, but show the using our evidence of the actual productivity, we try to promote something organic or traditional variety, which is really adaptive to their extreme landscape, like this kind of very bipolar, dry and wet season area. Sorry, I cannot keep a time, but this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are grateful, Prof. Okay, Prof. Hara. Okay, all right. So our technical person needs 2 minutes to sort something. And whilst he's about that, I have the beautiful privilege of introducing the advisory board for the Trans-Sahara. And this job, the person who does it beautifully is Daphne. Would you like to please do us the honors? She beautifully weaves the history into the current and makes it beautiful. Please. Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Joanna. So, yes, the history of Trans-Sahara. So one of the first building blocks of Trans-Sahara Advisory Board is Tony Ronaldo from World Vision, who was introduced to us through our Bavarian Environment Ministry. They said, oh, we've reached out to Tony and we would so love to meet him, but can you help us to try and contact him? So we're very happy to have Tony Ronaldo with us here, finally, after a long journey of having discussions for years and years. And I would like to invite you to sit on the stage for the panel, please. Warm welcome. So in the course of our discussions with the Bavarian Environment Ministry also, they introduced us to the idea that Tunisia is a very important country for the state of Bavaria, because the collaboration with Tunisia has been going on for a very long time, and it's a strategically interesting collaboration on the topic of how trees could influence the local climates and how important it is to make sure that forests survive. And at the heart of this collaboration is Professor Bari, who's the former Minister of Agriculture of the National Government of Tunisia. So thank you for taking the time to be with us, and please come up here as well. So coming to our last two speakers, now I would like to introduce Professor Matsuda. I was a lowly doctoral student coming from the Lost in Translation Takeuchi, who's really been a guiding light for all of us, Takeuchi, and I am very and then I come to our Bavarian Research Alliance. Is Melanie? Can someone see Melanie? No? Okay, so Melanie is on the advisory board from the Bavarian Research Alliance, but she was called for a meeting and will be with us later. So next on, Joanna, I'm just scrolling around on your phone. Next here is Dr. Ibrahim Boubacar from Abdoumamouni University in Niger. So as I mentioned yesterday as well, he is the father of the mother of Trans-Sahara, because we have had this project going on in Niger since COVID crisis in 2020. So we had very long time discussion, and it's from the discussions with him about water security in a small village in Niger called Dar es Salaam. So not that town in Tanzania, but a place in Niger, that these ideas came from. So we're very happy to have you in the advisory board, and if you would please come up here as well. And last on this list, but certainly not least, we have Dr. Emmanuel Cheo from United Nations University. So United Nations University was supposed to be a funded partner in Trans-Sahara, and then for various reasons that didn't happen. So United Nations universities, and so by default also an advisory board member. So please, stage. Okay, is that everyone? So I think Liz.
So the next person is Dr. Martin Olu, and he is a visiting professor at the Ohio University in USA. To do the panel discussion, do I invite you? Yes, Prof. Dia. The hiding won't happen. The satellite on the Halika to do the panel discussion. All right, thank you.
I think they're hungry for lunch. Hello, everybody. Oh, wow. So this is really exciting, and thank you all guys for being here. We want to...
But I think maybe we'll take half an hour because we're a little bit on time. So I'd like to put these questions to you one after the other, all the questions with everyone. It will take a lot of time. So I would say that we go question by question. So really comments throughout. How do you feel about this process? We've been sitting all day. It's okay. Been sitting down for the last 10 years, so it's fine to stand up first. So let me just run through the 6 questions. I will just read them out, and then we'll start. What are the co-design features and infrastructure of agroforestry or Nexus living labs? So what are the important co-design elements? The second question is, this is required to effectively bridge the gap between research, policy, and community implementation. Potential risks of this process, and how can they be mitigated? The fourth question is, what are the trade-offs, key trade-offs in the WEFE Nexus, and the success factors that are key to the used to overcome infrastructure, scaling up, barriers to scaling up? And the sixth question is, what are the necessary, the question is, so I would like to...
So I'll start. And I'll just share one thought, because I've never actually visited the living labs, but from my experience, one of the significant things, I think also lab, the people will see the results and they'll automatically, the hard way. I was involved in reforestation, and it was so necessary to have some level of tree cover in the landscape for people's survival. The people didn't wait 10 years for a tree to grow. And finally, when we did discover a means of rapid and low-cost reforestation, I realized that the solution, yes, the technical side is important, but what's even more important is mindset change. Thinking, if I have a tree, first of all, it's taking up space that I could be growing food on. Secondly, it's shading my crop, it'll reduce the yield. There's so many things in people's thought processes, and I had to... was mindset change. And if I could just convince people, it's in your best interest. You will be able to create that future that you want by working with nature, working with these trees, than by fighting against it. If they're convinced of that, rolling out whatever the technology is.
Yeah. I think, the living labs must be based on some values, and the value of trust, I think, is the most important one. And so unless we reach this stage where, by working together and establish this, because we have been talking a lot about infrastructure and physical infrastructure, but it's also the social infrastructure that is very important. So to have this kind of stakeholder governance put in place. And this is the stakeholders are so diverse, coming from different backgrounds, different views, and this change of mindset, and to have a common vision. This is what is most important, and trust is at the basis of this. So I think that, it's really not something revolution in the way we are working, So because I mean, we sites and plots and things like that, but how to put people at the center, to empower them, to listen. This is the thing to be done. It's upside down now. It's really something quite difficult, but a start of a new process that we are going to co-create. We need to change. Everybody needs to change in order to converge and to have this similar, vision in order for a better world and a system change. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Exia. Would anyone like to make one final comment on this question before we move to next question? Okay.
Yeah, so thank you, Daphne. So I agree with what they have said regarding the strategies for the implementation of the Nexus strategy in the different living lab. So they have talked about the baseline studies. So I think that one, it's very important aspect to evaluate the different resources that are available in the different sites regarding water, how the different water resources evolve from the groundwater, the surface water, and also regarding the climate condition, yeah, because we are focusing on solar energy. We have to know how amount of energy could be mobilized through the solar energy. Well, another aspect also regarding the water resources is the geological and geophysical characteristic of the site. Because as we have talked yesterday, the site of Senegal, they have water table depth at about 80 meters. So on this kind of site, we couldn't plan for groundwater recharge because the water table is too deep, so it will be very difficult to recharge the groundwater. So these physical analysis of the site are very important in order to know what amount of water and energy could be easily mobilized.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll move on. And listening to the earlier comments, it's very clear that there could be a huge gap between what the researchers think and, to take the research, the policy, and then the community action if you do not involve the people. So the people already we are hearing is absolutely important. So what, in your opinion, are the co-design mechanisms that are required to effectively bridge this gap between the policy, the research, and the community action during the implementation? Who would like to? Yes.
I will start this time around. I think it's a very important questions that you're raising, particularly when we think in a context where we have diverse opinion on how things should be governed. From my experience and based on some of the projects that we are implementing, one of the best way of co-designing is to involve the community where you want to do your project right at the beginning, maybe even at the level of developing the proposal, because that already helps to give an idea of what are the relevant components to take into consideration. And the second level could be thinking about the existing policy, because often the way policy are designed are from top down, and also to look at the existing designing policies from bottom of the different community. And also something that is also very important of co-designing, it's the socioeconomic aspect. Because any policy or solution that does not address the socioeconomic situation on the ground will not translate to the expected income. So I think these are three key elements to take into consideration when we are when we think of co-designing of a solution in different contexts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. So, yeah, from the yesterday's since yesterday I joined this like summit or like a report. Then I understand the like you said like the researchers and like a very big gap researchers and like living labs. I mean, when I saw the like living lab reports, I feel this is my private opinion. I feel I cannot see that any kind of scientific result. I mean, based on the scientific result, really scientific result can contribute to design of living lab or not. That is my question. However, in the afternoons, the presentation, that is like really the researchers, the presentations. So when I think about the kind of process of the co-design, I think the process is very important. I mean, at the beginning, so even the extreme the opinions should be on the tables, and from like their own like positions. The scientist position is the scientist position. The government officer's position is the government officer's position. The farmer's position is the farmer's position. Of course, the different positions are there, but however, gradually it should be like cross each other. That is the very important. Always we say the like bottom-up approach is good, and we should hear or we should listen to like a field, the opinion or something like that. But it's true. However, if we really close to the or like too much close to the opinions, I think that is still the problem. So from the scientific point of view, we have better give some like objective like point of view. That is the one. And the other things, the evaluating the result of the project. Actually, this is my like experience. I was involved in the improvement of the nutrition project, and then like we give some like interventions. At the last, we understand any difference of the improvement we cannot find between the targeting people or non-targeting people. Then that result must be evaluated like a fail. But it's not true because the dissemination of the information in the rural area is very like rapid. So when we did something, everything is like expanded like very rapidly. Then that area is already like improved. However, from the like evaluation point of view, it's a failure. But when we think about like scientific or like researchers, that is so bad because the budget is cut sometimes. So even the like a politician should be understood such kind of the situation. So therefore, at the like a beginnings, like a middles, and the like a final evaluations, like more kind of like sophisticated or like elaborated steps is necessary. And then I hope the such kind of a new schemes like should be from this project. That is my like the opinions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I think since we have the representatives from the community of Tindongo in the room, we would also like to hear their opinion about this question. So on the question of how can the researchers and the policymakers and the practitioners work together with local communities, where do you see the opportunities for this? So we heard the word trust being mentioned, the word a vision, and maybe you would like to share with us your vision for this meeting and for the process of Trans-Sahara.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I haven't gone through all the presentations and the questions that I've been given. There's one thing that we are just contemplating. There's no actual sustainability plan. And then the funding window, after the project has come to an end. Normally we get good plans, And then at the end of the day, the projects will be adopted by the community. Very essential. But when the project time elapses, the community is left without any sustainability plan and without any funding window that will continue. It means that normally the agencies involved, the state, for example, normally don't have interest in these projects. Initially, they are interested in it, but when it comes to real implementation, then they see that they run away from it. Like we are speaking, what role would the local government, as far as the communities are concerned, what role would they play after the exit of the project? Yes, we have our municipal chief executive here. We are operating in various districts. This project is very good. But when it moves out, is there any window of budgeting for us to continue the project as a community? That is our only fear. So we are rather creating fear, not in other thing, but sustainability plans.
Yeah, thank you very much. Definitely stay there. So that's round of applause if you want to clap. That's a very important point that you raise. Let me just backtrack one step. So before we get to the sustainability, we want to find out. We don't want it to be a top-down. We want it to be co-creation. And so the question then is, what you want to sustain? Before we get there, how do you think you can work with the researchers to ensure that what is on the ground, there are things in Tindongo that you know we don't, that you can help us co-create this knowledge? And then after that, we'll come to the sustainability. We've already started creating the cooperatives and all of that, so we can talk about that.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best projects I've ever seen. Why? Because normally we see some of these projects being top-down approach. But this is a project that has started with the community involvement at the initial stage. In terms of planning, in terms of what we want to do, it starts with the community. So we are much involved, even to the extent that the vulnerable in the community, like the women, they are all aware of what is going to happen in the field. So that's why I'm saying, as for that one there, we have seen it as the best approach.
So you have checked that box. You want the next one? All right, thank you so much. All right. So let's move on to the third one. And for the next three, we have one person each, so that we'll try and keep within time.
Okay, so the next question is, what are the potential risks of this project implementation and also this collaboration? Because of course, we also should try to plan to avoid any unintended consequences of negative kind. And how can we mitigate those risks?
First potential risk, sustainability. Next one.
So maybe we can see which advisory board member would like to take that question.
Any potential risks? Do you want to do it? Okay.
Okay. Yes, just to build on what has already been said, I mean, I'm really happy that he touched on some of on all the points that I mentioned during my intervention. And one of the risks is sustainability, but I think one thing also that we should take into consideration when we are implementing this kind of project, particularly dealing with solar panels and battery, is the end of life cycle of removing this infrastructure or these structures back from out of this community, because most of these communities, they don't have the necessary skill to dispose this infrastructure. So that is a potential risk of waste being abandoned in this community. So we should also think about a plan on how to remove this infrastructure from these communities.
Okay, thank you very much. And
will we put that question to the community too?
Okay, so what are some of the risks apart from the sustainability and any mitigation measures? So where's Tim Tindongo? What are some of the potential risks? Yeah, who's going to take it? Any of the potential risks?
All right, thank you very much. My name is Puben Christopher, and I'm from the community. I think one of the risks could be ownership of the project. When you come and implement the project, and you say, okay, KNUST or Trans-Sahara project, and you don't allow the people to own it, after the end of the project, I think there will be lack of sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that answer.
Thank
very
you much.
good one. Yes. Okay, that brings us to the question number 4.
Yeah.
Which is, what are trade-offs of the WEFE Nexus? So this could also go in the direction of unintended consequences, but also success factors and the key impacts that the Nexus living labs could have. And what if we put that question to the Tindongo community first and then to the advisory board?
You have to ask it again.
Okay. So the question is, what do you think could be the key successes that can come out of this collaboration and the Nexus Living Lab, and the key impacts from your perspective?
Behind him, yeah.
I think the livelihood of the community will be improved with this project.
Thank you. That would be a very good key success.
Yeah.
Would you like to add something, sir? It's okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, so over to the advisory board. 1 or 2 comments on this one. Where do you see the key value of the Trans-Sahara project in what it could accomplish? Key success and
anybody?
impacts?
Yeah.
There are many key successes but we really have to put in place the conditions, because we have seen, from the point of view of water productivity, biodiversity, livelihoods, better environment, ecosystem that is less degraded, water availability. So there are a number of things, and also from the point of view of governance, having, to set in place, governance, a different kind of governance aspect. So there are a number, but for me, is the question of how to reach these kinds of. So there are challenges that we need to address in order to be able to lead, because it's not only technical aspects, but also social and institutional. I think when we are talking about the risks, the institutional risks are very important, as well as the social, the financing and also the technical. So there are a number of these, and we need to. So we can change, I think, the way we are dealing with, because water, we can change the way we are managing the water, energy, and by better understanding the linkages between water and energy, and change the policies. This is what is important for me. Unless we change the policies, we will not have succeeded. So, the environment, and to have, a more resilient climate, communities that are more resilient to climate change. So there are a number of successes, and maybe this is what I was asking, what the indicators of success that we need to set up, and how we are moving during the project to address these indicators of success, how we are progressing.
Thank you very much, Akisa. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you, Daphne. So for the key success, I think that as the name is WEFE, water, so this will facilitate access to water, as we have seen from some presentation from Chad and from Senegal, where they are intended to manage ponds so that people will have access to water. Also, there is a facilitate for access in food production for Chad, where they are producing vegetables, and also fishing for Ethiopia with the planting of avocado and so on. So this will improve access to food. So all this will help to improve the income of the household in the area.
Thank you very much. Yes, absolutely agreed. Tony?
Just a brief one. The temptation is that if we have a successful solution to a problem, we'll think our job is done. The problem is the climate will continue to change. There'll be disease and weather events in any year. Markets will change. the success to me is that the community and the research teams together have learned how to learn and adapt, and that they are equipped to continue testing new things as problems arise.
Thank you very much, Tony. And I think that also brings us to the next question. So, and then you can take the last one. Martin will take the next question online. So the next question is, what are the strategies to overcome, let's say, barriers to scaling up? And in Trans-Sahara, we try to make something like a blueprint for the Nexus Living Labs, which is designed to have something like the minimum infrastructure investment, because now we have the EU funding, so we can build some infrastructure, but in order to make this replicable for other communities, the infrastructure need to be simple and manageable and also replicable with minimum input of things from outside. So where do you see the main barriers to scaling up the results from Trans-Sahara? Martin. Can you hear us, Martin? He's muted. You're muted. Hear you. Great, we can hear you. Repeat the question?
Yeah, sorry, I've just left the office.
Okay, so the question was, what are the main barriers to scale interventions?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maybe you are a prophet. That leads us to the last question, which focuses on what you think the financial and economic models could be to ensure the sustainability or self-sufficiency of this project beyond the end, which is what Tim Tindongo started off with, and we want to end with that. What do you think would be some financial and economic models that we can use going forward?
We need to make to be less dependent on external funding. So this is important. So to rely on, I mean, you know, when you look at the funding, I mean, at the governmental funding, for example, in the water sector, it's not, I mean, the aid that is really supplying most of the most important part is coming from the governments. And we have, I mean, in fact, I mean, the impression that most of the money is coming from outside. It's not right. So, but we have to make the government much more aware of what they are doing and to invest more in all these kinds of initiatives. And this is what is more important. But we need to also mobilize internal resources, the private sector, through PPPs, through, I mean, whatever, the farmers' organization and so on. We need payment for ecosystem services. So there are a number of different instruments that we need to mobilize to make sure that we rely much more. We talk about the question of sustainability. Sustainability, that means relying on our own resources, human resources, financial resources, the institutions that we set in place, the policy that we set in place, to make us much less dependent from outside. Because as you said, when the project ends, everything stops. And if we want to make these living labs sustainable, they will need resources, because when we put some equipment, even to maintain this equipment, to make it running, you need to have the people, the trained people, to be able, a weather station, I mean, a pump, I mean, solar pumps or whatever. You need to have the people to be there. So we need to make ourselves, and if I look, for example, of the African continent has a lot of resources, but just we have to tap into the human and the financial resources, and the instruments and the mechanisms are in place. We know them. We have to activate them and to make sure that they will work in the benefit of.
Let's have.
Just let me add from a little bit researcher's view, but I think the regional or national scale economic model and also ecosystem evaluation model is basically, it's quite rely on the statistics which is provided by monetary transactions. And this model actually cannot capture so-called hidden material flow or hidden monetary flows. So if you, in this point, I think the living lab can play a very crucial role to identify this, the upper scale model cannot capture because of the lack of the statistics and monetary transaction-based statistics. So, for example, the social capitals or really point source ecosystem hotspot, which is really difficult to capture the regional national scale models. But if the living lab could be identified somehow, another aspect of the very important point in continue or sustainability of this transfer project, it could be a very valuable source for calibrate the upper scale models as well. So I think so this living lab scheme could be, I think it's very beneficial even for researchers and calibrate better models of regional national scale which could impact to also the policy and decision makers. So living lab should point out a very important point in their life in terms of the social aspect as well.
All right. Did you? Okay. So we'll take the last two comments from you and then we'll finish off here.
Okay. Maybe one more thing just to add. I think it has been addressed a little bit, but what I just wanted to add is that what a project should aim, particularly when it comes to the living lab or pilot solution is to be able to define what is the investment cost and what is the benefit, because I believe those are the key elements that investors are looking at. If you're thinking of scaling solution to other parts of a community or the country, because often the costs that are planned in the project are usually higher than the reality of the grant. That tends to make the pilot to be very expensive, and that is not attractive. So what we should aim before the project comes to an end is to define the investment cost based on the local condition, and through that, it makes the solution attractive for scaling.
All right, you can take the microphone here.
One final word. I mean, these living labs are going to be an opportunity to collect a lot of data. And data are really one of the most crucial things nowadays. So unless we know how to collect the data, to store them, to be able to manage them, to have our own data centers, and AI, developing all the AI tools, we will be lagging behind. I'm sorry. So this is also one of the top priority, is the question of sovereignty.
All right. So before Daphne and I give very brief closing remarks, it's only fair that we hear finally from Tindongo. What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I think our final thoughts will be something like a suggestion or recommendation. All what we are talking about, water, energy, food, and ecosystems, it is one of the main aim of the various local government to take care of their people. And if Nexus have already come out with this system, why can't we work out as a matter of policy? It should be incorporated into the various assembly budgets. Their medium-term development budget, it should be incorporated in it. So once Trans-Sahara has started a project, definitely we need maintenance. Definitely we need resources. And when the project comes to an end, then this is incorporated as a matter of policy. Then, of course, every year, some small amount of budget can be kept aside to support this project to go on. By doing so, it's easier to scale up whatever is happening. But one thing I'm also looking at, we are talking about, it will also involve production, but we did not talk about marketing, how to expose these products. You see that one day we'll do it, and then it becomes successful, we have produced, then no market for the produce. Then becomes another problem. As I speak right now, there are so much. My brother was talking about rice in Thailand. Ghana here, we have got rice, paddy rice, packed up in so many shelves, no market. Maize, packed up in so many shelves, no market. And a lot of farmers are even contemplating that they will not even go in production again this year. So it's here where we are going. So I think these things must be keyed into, and then as one of policy, make sure that the policymakers, they incorporate this thing. It's a very nice plan. Let's incorporate it into our development plans so that we can be able to sustain this thing.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, a round of applause. So that's very important, and majority of the things you've talked about are being taken care of in the project. And also remember that even with the pilot and the investments that we are making now, we expect outputs from that. And so it involves a lot of commitment from the people of Tindongo as well. So when the pilot project comes, we've been there a number of times. We are going to be bringing in a few installations, and that is supposed to help. There are some business models that are coming with the community that's going to be involved and engaged. So whatever money comes in, it's important that the community also supports. That's why we don't want it to be a top-down, but together we work it out. Of course, if it's a good model, it's easy to sell to the government so that if it's worked here as a pilot, we can replicate in other places. And then you come and add all the other suggestions that have come here. For me, it's a good step. And the key thing here is the nexuses, how we are having all of these things interplaying as a living laboratory for the good of the community. And I think it's a good project. Definitely end it off.
Thanks so much, Daniel. And I think we're wrapping up now. So
Yes.
when I look at the 6 questions and I think about the responses that we have, it reminds me that the aim of Trans-Sahara is to work with the community in Tindongo to develop blueprints that can be replicated. So we have some processes and some methodologies with us, and you have some experiences of some projects that have already been done. And now we have to find a way to meet in the middle, walk together for 2 years, but at the end to have refined methodologies and refined processes that through our experience we were able to say, this works, this doesn't work, this is missing, we need to take this up. So this opportunity to work with you and really step by step discuss each point is really valuable to us. So I think though we don't have solutions ready to go, we don't have answers ready to go, but I think we're at the best possible starting point for it. So let's try to make the best out of the next 1.5 years. Thank you very much. Okay.
But a better round of applause. Yes, for our panelists and our moderators, please. Yes, thank you so much. Also to Martin, we are very grateful. Panelists, thank you, thank you. Yes, and Martin will get an e-lunch. All right. I think it's a good time to go and have lunch. So here are the ground rules for lunchtime. You know, we've done the walk through the exhibition a bit, and so we are going to have a 45 minutes lunch. What do you think? Good idea? Yeah, Roberto agrees. Okay, so please pick up your lunch as quickly as you can and enjoy. And from lunch, we are going into 3 parallel sessions. Okay, parallel session 1 is on water and energy. Water and energy will be together in room 1 outside, right outside. You'll see the room labeled, okay? And then parallel session 2 is on food, and it's here in this room. And parallel session 3 is also outside in room 3, okay? Yeah, the walkthrough and everything, 45 minutes, yes. We had a first walkthrough when we had the snack. Yes. And please, if you had a poster mounted, your lunch will be cut short. So please be by your posters so that people can come to you and have your stuff explained. Parallel session 1 on water and energy will be chaired by Prof. Odro Kwate and Dr. Daniel Kwejui. So please, if you have presentations on energy and water, please eat as quickly as you can and make sure your presentation is loaded. Okay. All right. And parallel session 2 on food will be chaired by Prof. Jacob Agbenohevi, and it will be here. So load your presentation. The third session will be chaired by myself and Dr. Kaba. Okay, so, and we will be in room 3 on ecosystems and everything agroforestry. Okay, so we look forward to engaging you. Make sure your presentations are loaded. We are sharing coupons for lunch at the gate. You know, many things are happening around the building. So if you don't get a coupon, anything can happen to you. So please, make sure you grab a coupon on your way out. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon. Okay, let's say it's 2:40. So
We're about to start the para session. This room is for the food systems. So food systems, I'm sure presenters and the audience here are coming for the food presentations. I think you will all agree with me that time is not on our side. So we are going to manage the time such that the original 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes questions, if possible, we are going to reduce it to 5-3, so that you tell us the key points in your presentation, what the problem is, the findings, we move forward. So please, let's all adapt. When there is a need for a change, we all work towards it so that we can achieve the target. On this note, the first presentation, the rapporteur, where is the rapporteur? Okay, so first presentation by Sadat Jima, titled Antibiotic Use and Antimicrobial Resistance in Ruminant Livestock in Africa, a Systematic Review. Where's the presenter? Let's welcome him with a round of applause. So quickly, 5 minutes, okay? Thank you very much. Yes, use
that. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Sadat Jima, and I'll be making a presentation on antibiotic use. All right. Okay, so I'll be making a presentation on antibiotic use and antimicrobial resistance in ruminant livestock, which was a systematic review as part of my PhD project. Now, antimicrobial resistance is something that is of global interest right now because of its impact on public health. And also the issue of antimicrobial resistance is partly due to the misuse or use of antibiotics in ruminant production. And so the World Health Organization, as part of their efforts in reducing the issue of antimicrobial resistance, has set targets to reduce antimicrobial resistance deaths by 10%, at least within the next 10 years. And it has also recommended that all countries develop and implement multi-sectoral national action plans to reduce the issue of antimicrobial resistance, which the Evidence Policy Network and the RADA identify some key countries to help develop these national action plans, which Ghana is part of. And so it's much more important that we also play a role in this activity. And the issue here is that some antimicrobial resistance studies done in Africa are fragmented, which means that most countries have done their own studies, and these are not well collated for us to be able to inform or to make informed decisions. And this is very important for us to be able to make evidence-based policies and also set control strategies for antimicrobial resistance. And so the objective of this review was to synthesize current literature, that is within the last 15 years, on the prevalence, patterns, and drivers of antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistance in ruminant livestock across the African continent. And the study was conducted following the PRESMA guidelines, and most of a protocol was registered with Prospero, and the search string used were keywords from the top project topic, and also the literature search was conducted in some important databases listed there. The inclusion and exclusion criteria, we look for papers that are relevant to the topic, and those review papers, conference abstracts, and preprints were all eliminated. Now, this is the flow diagram for our study selection, and we ended up with about 62 papers which were reviewed. Now, the results, you realize that the studies that were included, this is based on the year of publication. You realize that from 2015 on, this studies kept increasing, which means that at least the subject area is more pressing, and so people are beginning or are working more there. However, from 2019 on, it appears it dropped before picking up some increment again. And this could basically be attributed to the issue of COVID-19, which actually distracted lots of activities. Now, the country representation, we realize there's so many countries that have no active works done in this particular field. And most of the papers are from Nigeria, Egypt, and then Ethiopia. And so there's a need for us to actually advocate for most countries to also work within this field as well. Now, some of the findings were that most farmers did obtain antibiotics for use in animal production from informal markets, that is veterinary drug vendors who are not actually registered or were not supposed to be selling drugs without certification, but they do that. And again, they usually will use antibiotics for treatment of diseases. However, some also do use antibiotics as growth promoters, which is a very serious challenge. Now, some of the common antibiotics that were used included tetracyclines, penicillins, and some macroalides, and then aminoglycosides. And these antibiotics have been classified as very important in human medicine because they are kind of first line of defense. And so it's important we take note of this and then prevent the misuse of these antibiotics. And then some farmers also do lack knowledge about withdrawal periods, and also because of that, they do not comply with withdrawal period, which is a big issue because it does place a risk where we have residues of antibiotics reaching consumers through milk and meat products or animal products. And some of the major drivers of antibiotics use included cost, disease pressure, and then weak systems, because some of these antibiotics are cheap and easily accessible by farmers, and so they easily rely on them or try to purchase these antibiotics for use. Now, based on some characterizations, some common bacteria or microorganisms that were isolated included E. coli, Salmonella, and Staphylococcus. Some other minor or few reported microorganisms included Strepto, Enterococcus species, and some other microbial species. Now, the important results here is the fact that most of the microbial isolates tend to be resistant to the beta-lactams, tetracyclines, and aminoglycoside. And you realize that these are some microorganisms that were commonly used by farmers. And so we see its effect in some microorganisms that were isolated from such animals. And most of them, even about 100% in some cases of the isolates, were resistant to these antibiotics. And again, they've developed multi-drug resistance, which means that they've become resistant to more than one antibiotic, which is a critical issue. And there's also an issue of genetic resistance. Okay, so they tend to develop resistant genes against some of these antibiotics, and so it became a genetic issue and not just let's say a phenotypic issue where the test is conducted and we realize some of the antibiotics are resistant, but then it has become part of their genes, and this could also lead to horizontal gene transfer. So microorganisms that were initially not resistant to these antibiotics can also develop this resistance through sharing of the resistant genes with the major microorganisms that are resistant. And so the key risk involved in this particular issue of antibiotic is that, and then based on the practices reported, this will lead to reduced effectiveness of disease treatment in animals. And again, it increases the risk of resistant microorganism and then antibiotic residues reaching consumers through contaminated food, animal food products, such as milk and then meat. And so this becomes a public health issue, and so it's important we address that. And how do we do this? The way forward, we need to strengthen antimicrobial resistance stewardship and also enhance provision of veterinary drug supply chains, and also improve access to veterinary services and diagnostic services. And we also need to embark on one health approach where most sectors, especially the environment, the animal sector, and then human sector, work simultaneously in order to be able to develop reduce the occurrence of antimicrobial resistance. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you. Well done. 7 minutes, I think. So, any questions, comment for him? By the way, your work, this review, what is the scope in terms of geographical areas? Is it Africa, worldwide,
Africa,
or Africa in general?
Yes, please.
And we don't have any specific group of people who are more facing the antibiotic resistance issues, West Africa, Trans-Sahara, or any specific zone that has more risks?
Okay, so basically with the review that I did, I think based on the countries that I had the relevant papers from, it was mostly within the sub-Saharan Africa, especially Ethiopia and Nigeria. And this is basically because those were areas where I had most of the papers from, so it will be kind of biased. Even if it's across the region, because some of them I didn't get actual papers from, there, it will be difficult to point that out.
So are you doing any research?
Yes.
To fill the gap in knowledge?
Yes, so the gap or the research that I'm conducting will be in the within Ghana. And so based on the work that I did, the review that I did, it was only one paper that I had from Ghana, which means that there is lack of relevant information from Ghana. And so I'll be doing such a similar works within the country as well.
Great. Any more comments? Okay, in the absence of, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Next presenter. The gentleman who will be presenting elsewhere. Where is he? One of us said he has a presentation in another room, so I wanted him to take the opportunity. He's not here. Who is next on the list? Anyone ready? Nobody want to present? Okay, Senior, please come. Your name. I'm looking for your slide. Where is the folder? Okay. This cannot open. Thank you very much. So our next presenter is Paul Schuer. And so thank you. Have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished audience. I'm presenting on a research that was conducted at the Federal University of Agosha, Abeokuta. That is a simple question, but actually important to the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus. Now, rice is a food security crop in sub-Saharan Africa, and the conventional production system demands intensive input and high water. So the challenge is that rainfall or precipitation is changing, nutrient management is becoming less dynamic, so there is need to integrate management practices with crop physiology. And so a study was carried out with the highlighted treatment structure and the variables that were determined. The emphasis on factorial arrangement was to see the main effects and their interaction. This is the growing environment with the emphasis on the derived vapor pressure deficit, which was determined in the afternoon. And these are the results. For the alternate wet and drying, 12.5% less water was used, and we had a water productivity gain of about 31.4%. Of course, grain yield increased while water use decreased. Now, this was found out to be built on the root system, which was stronger and better under alternate and drying compared to the flooded system. And this is the response based on the seedling age. It was observed that water use decrease was least at 15 days after emergence, and water productivity was highest at the same seedling age that was used to transplant. And we compared the year, because the experiment was run twice. So we compared the year results with the water regime, and it was found that it was not significant. And so we discovered that we can have a more robust rice system with less water, particularly when seedlings are transplanted at 15 days after emergence, and this could benefit from the climate change that is prevalent now. We believe that when you target 15 days after emergence and match that with the genotype, it will help to improve the resilience of rice, particularly upright rice production system. These are some of the metrics that were determined with respect to water use, water productivity, and grain yield, particularly which were most pronounced at 15 days after emergence. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So we can wait for comment, questions. Professor Bobobi is here.
Thank you for this brief presentation. But which varieties of rice did you use?
Okay. So I used 4 varieties. Arica 3, no, this upland. So Arica 4. Nerica 8. Ita 150 and an indigenous cultivar of Fada. Those are the 4 varieties that were used in this study.
And now with these findings, we don't need flooded basins to produce these varieties.
Yes, sir. The rice can perform under alternate wet and drying, and water is becoming less available.
And which agroecological zones in Nigeria?
This derived savanna.
Where? Derived?
Derived savanna, Abeokuta.
Some state?
Ogun State.
Okay.
Particularly Abeokuta, because some part of Ogun State are rainforest. This was carried out at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, which is a rain derived savanna agroecology.
And the yield gap you got, the 31 plus yield gap, if you compare with the traditional flooded...
that was the comparison. That
so
was
that
the
gave
advantage.
you that
12%
almost 12% more.
Yes, than the flooded, which is the conventional practice.
And what about the consumers' response?
What?
Consumers' response to the quality of the rice.
Oh, that was not evaluated.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Please, let's feel free to have a scientific interaction.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to find out what method of planting was used and whether you compared the methods.
They were transplanted.
All were transplanted.
All were transplanted. Okay. That's why we had the seedling age as a treatment.
All right. Thank you.
5 of them, from 9 to 21.
I may forget my question. I want people to ask, but I'm a layperson when it comes to growing rice.
Okay.
What are you measuring? Is it the germination or the quantity of rice that we can eat? What are you measuring?
Okay, before you eat rice, the paddy must be produced. So
Okay.
what you eat is the milled fashion. So what I measured was the paddy yield.
Okay, but so that is what you are using the factors to
evaluate.
All right.
To check their responses to.
Earlier, you said the less water, you get a better result. Is
Yes.
that it? And how does this compare with existing knowledge or literature or other practice by other people?
Well, it compares favorably because alternate trend and drying that was used has been reported to improve yield in Asia and some part of Latin America. Bowman and Tong, a lot of authors outside Sub-Saharan Africa have reported that alternate trend and drying is good. Even International Rice Research Institute in Philippines too.
Okay, so to the scientists, how will you be able to explain why less water giving?
Yes,
better
that
results?
was the root system that was evaluated. We had better vigorous root growth under that system, and that is understandable because if I have to talk to the scientists now, under that system there is no anoxia condition. The flooding, non-flooded, did not create anoxia condition, so there was gaseous exchange which enhanced the root growth.
Any more?
What we were doing at first, the flooded rice production was a misuse of
water resources in particular. Even now, there is a publication in Frontiers that is going back to I don't know here, but most farmers in southwest Nigeria actually practice aerobic system. They don't flood at any point because when they use the inland valley, it's saturated based on natural precipitation. They just make drainage channels, and a recent publication is saying the aerobic system is even more, but evaluated with flooded and AWD and was reporting that it's better.
What was any experience to share about scaring?
Scaring is a big deal. I saw when I was coming to Kumasi, I saw what we practice. We use fishing nets.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
You also use fishing nets?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
On
And
the
the
fields.
Kwila bears are no longer worry you there at all?
That they worry us. That's why we use the nets. Because the alternative are human carers, which is not reliable, and making sounds or whatever, they've become adapted to those. They will still come.
Okay.
The sounds or the scarecrow doesn't scare them again.
It's interesting because our kids now are going more to rice than we. Yeah, so anything you can do, grow it upland. But in the morning, most of the slides shown were also produced through dry land system. So if there's no yield compromise, then I think this needs to be upgraded so that we move away from the old water-based system, the flooded system, to this one.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. But the Nerika varieties are good candidates.
Yeah, they are. They are the best yield.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. But your work has to do with 4 factors, right?
3 factors.
3 factors.
Yes.
Now, if 3 factors, what is happening to the interactions? It's not only the water volume.
Yeah, okay. So for this presentation, I excluded the interaction there. But the interaction we are interested in the big picture, particularly the 3-way interactions.
Yeah, so that is going to be more useful because...
so that indicated that the response was not just dependent on genotype alone, but the interaction and their physiological responses.
Exactly. All right. Thank you.
What? They were significant. Yes, sir. And it meant that the response was not based on one of the factors alone, particularly your genotype or the water management strategies, but on the interaction of the 3 factors. And that means that the water management response is not genotype dependent, nor the yield response water dependent.
Yeah, so you were hiding some of the information from us. All right, thank you very much for an interesting work. We hope this will help build the resilience in the rice production. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. So Let's quickly look for the next. Number 4. You don't know your numbers. Number 2. Okay, yours title. All right. So let's welcome Teresa to present on the topic. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, I'm Teresa Nkrumah, presenting on quality and safety of minced meat products, a systematic review of possible adulteration and its public health implication. So with increasing global population, urbanization, and high income levels, meat, and for that matter, meat products has been of high demand, and it is projected to increase by 70% by 2050. And farmers or producers of meat and meat products, mainly sausages and the minced meats, are using this as an advantage by trying to, add whatever is not supposed to be there in the first place so that they can make more profit and also meet demand by 2050. So what then is these meat products or value-added products? Mainly producers or manufacturers of these minced meat products like sausages and the likes like I've projected comes with different processing methods. So farmers or producers tend to use this as an advantage because usually it's max. Sausage production comes with different formulations. So producers use this opportunity to add whatever they want to add to their products, which has also raised quality concerns and also safety issues. What then is quality? For you to say a product is of high quality, it means it should conform to microbial safety. The food should be, or the meat should be safe. It should also have good physiological and technological properties. It should also have good nutritional values. So if these are not met, it means there's something wrong. The food has either been adulterated. So what then is adulteration? Lowering the standard of a food product by mixing it with something that is not supposed to be there in the first place. And this can be intentional or unintentional. So when the motive is intentional, we say it's economically motivated adulteration. So for the purpose of this systematic review, the focus is more on the economically motivated adulteration, which is core of food fraud. So why is this work so important to us as a country? Why they need to know more about this economic motivated adulteration? Ghana as a country depends mainly on imported meat products. So in 2023, for instance, Ghana imported approximately $4.4 million worth of sausages alone in 2023. And this is serious. And these importation were mainly from Brazil, Poland, and Europe. And Ghana, borders are porous. We don't have, we have limited testing capacity, and we always rely on claim labels, which are always not the best. So our system is so porous. So people just dump anything into the system without being noticed. So this informed this systematic review to, first of all, get scientific findings to so let me go to the results. So from the review, out of 2,513 papers that was retrieved, 180 was used for the study. So from the study, 4 major supply chain adulteration was found. First of all, is the interspecies substitution. And second, homologous adulteration, value chain misbranding, and non-meat ingredients. So with the species substitution, this is where we found out that inferior meat products like horse, rats, rodents, and stuff were substituted in meat products as beef, for instance. Beef, mutton, and chicken happen to be of premium quality. So people use these inferior meat products and term it as beef, which comes with a premium price. There's also the issue of origin and claim deception. Products from, say, a country that is not noted for a particular product, they would just change the label, made in, say, Brazil, which Brazil is noted to be of producers of high quality meat products. So that one too was also observed. There was also the issue of concealment of defect. That's when inferior meat product or meat that has gone bad, they use carbon monoxide gas to treat it, and the meat becomes fresh, red for the market. There was also extraneous additions, like they injected brine and also added some protein sauce, milk powder, and stuff to just increase the volume of the products. There are also some offal inclusion, which is not supposed to be there. And even if it's there, you should have to declare that you are putting such a thing there. And one scary thing that we also find out was one form of adulteration, that is homologous adulteration. And it is more scary because they use animal that is dead. Either the animal was ill before it died or spoiled meat. Then they add fresh meat to it, mix it up, grind it together, add spices, so you don't really know the animal was dead. It mixes up, and it becomes a form of adulteration because it comes with its own illnesses. So in 2010, for instance, there was this major news that hit the whole of Europe, where horse meat was used in beef sausages, and it was labeled as 100% beef. It was also in the BBC. It was all over the news. Out of this, 41 people were arrested for selling horse meat as beef. So one will ask, what is wrong with horse meat? Nutritionally, horse meat happens to be better than even beef, as total fat is around 9% compared to beef that is around 20%. Please, beef is at my extreme right. So protein, horse is getting even as 56. Okay. So the protein for horse is 56. Yeah. And that's for cattle is around 53. So nutritionally, horse meat is better than cattle. But because they did not declare that there was horse meat, it became an issue. And there was a clear issue of consumer trust. They mislabeled the product, and that is fraud. Secondly, there was issue of food safety. Usually they use phenylbutazone to treat horse, which is not healthy for animals. Also, people also viewed horse meat as small companion animal and also for sporting activities. I don't need to eat horse if I had to ride on it, but cattle, I know it's for consumption. So these are some of the cases that has been reported. So in Germany, for instance, there were issues of mislabeling. About 18.5% mislabeled were detected in buffet restaurants, including zebra and guanoko, which was substituted as beef and cattle. Egypt, we had, say, Morocco, India, Pakistan, and all. But Ghana stand the risks because we don't have data to prove. So as part of my PhD study, we want to look more into this because we are very vulnerable. We don't have data to support this. And this brings about health issues, consumer trust. People there's no value for the money that you use to buy your products. So these are the emerging trends that were used in detecting the use of CRISPR, near-infrared electronic nodes. These were all electronic devices that were used to detect. So future direction, these things, if that's what we are hoping, that if these things are done, it would help solve the issue of adulteration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. So questions, comments from the presentation?
Thank you. I want to find out, you did mention that our borders are porous, and most of these beef products, they import them. So if you are going to check for fraud, how are you going to do that?
Okay, so as part of my PhD study, focusing on sausages, minced meats. So samples will be taken from our markets to check. So either foreign products or sausages that we find in the markets, samples will be taken and taken to the lab. Because we are limited by, let me be careful, because we are limited by facilities. So now we are sorting to the use of near-infrared, Raman spectroscopy for now. Yes, that's what we intend to use for this study, to detect these things and come out with a model that would able to predict possible adultery. So if we get this model, you don't need to go back to the lab and do all this again. That's what we are trying to do, hopefully.
Okay, my question is similar to what she asked. I wanted to find out, in case you find out that they used a horse meat instead of the beef, how are you going to find out it's horse? Is it the taste, or are you going to have some
the use of
scientific
near-infrared is able to detect. So we will prepare a control that we use beef, that we are sure we use beef in preparing as a control.
What you need to know is that we have different people of different backgrounds. There are some in agric, some are in chemistry, some are in food science here. So if we just say near-infrared, not everybody will understand. So genetically, DNA of horse meat is not the same as the DNA of cow meat, right? So they have a means by which if you stain or you throw light on it, you can be able to visualize and see the difference. So this equipment is able to detect. If we are calling it cow beef, then it should demonstrate what a beef should be. So if anything else is in it, then you can say it's adulterated. So they have a pattern for the standard and a pattern for the adulterated.
Yeah, thank
it's
you,
like
Prof.
you have gari and there are stones in it.
Yeah.
In it.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
presentation. You mentioned now for your research, you are going to collect sausage from the market.
Yes.
But you earlier alluded to mislabeling because you are talking about the source in your data. So how do you reconcile mislabeling when you are collecting data from the market, the samples from the market?
Okay, so when we buy the samples, they are labels. So per where the product is coming from, either locally produced or imported, we have standards. In Ghana, we have the Ghana standard in the FDA. In international, we have Codex Alimentarius Commission that they have standards on how a product should be labeled. So we will use those standards to compare with what is in the market, what is on the product. So if we have that one and we notice, and we will be doing our labs. So if, for instance, they've written nutritional composition of the products, we would do the labs with our near-infrared to really confirm that what is really on the label is what is in there.
Okay. Most of your presentation and examples you cited had to do with importation. Does it mean locally we are not adulterating or we are not doing food fraud?
We are.
If I go to the chop bar and I want to buy fufu and goat meat, and they serve me fufu and grass cutter meat, is that also fraud? And
Yes,
is it happening?
So this is a systematic review. We didn't get any data locally, but as part of my study, we've sampled some local product that we are seeing.
So
but I didn't
interestingly,
present it here.
To say you don't have any data locally is a very big issue because it also depends on the database you are using to search. If you are using the European Scopus and all those, the things published in Ghana Journal, Nigeria Journal, and our local journals, African ones, you might not see them there. And then everything will be shifted to European ones and those. So sometimes we have to broaden the search to include even these things that are not even in published papers, another domain, news article, other source of literature, because this becomes a limitation when you want to see what is happening on the ground. Yeah.
It's true. Thank you, Prof.
Your research, we don't know, but what do you advise in case we detect something we shouldn't find in the food system? As all of us consumers, not only the one doing the regulation or detection analysis. If you see beef and you notice that this is not beef but horse meat, or if you see canned tomatoes, or let's say you have peanut butter, it's not purely peanut. They have added flour and other things to it just to thicken it or increase the volume. You know it is rice from Ghana, but they say rice from, what do you call it, Thailand. Those things, what should we do to prevent the fraud?
So
you don't find this in the systematic review.
So as a country, first of all, we are hoping to publish this. So with FDA, we should be able to ban some of these countries that bring in these products. Because some of the countries, they are known to be doing that, but because our system is so porous, they just dump anything to us. Secondly, when a particular brand, for instance, is standing out, we are hoping to take at least 3 batches from every brand that we get. We should be able to, with the help of FDA, come out with these brands to make consumers aware of such brands.
All right, thank you. Consumer awareness creation. So, and even the consumer themselves should have things they look out for to know that these are the. Okay, you have a question.
Yeah, your presentation, because of this adulteration, is quite frightening to a lot of us. Now, you were saying that horse meat is very, nutritious, but because of tradition and then the rest, it has not formed part of our main diet. Meanwhile, it is not bad. Now, the way you are talking about this sausage and then the rest, you lamented about lack of equipment. And I think most of this equipment were not created by God. They were just also, developed, by human beings, the crude way, and then the rest. So immediately you are noticing this. One of your results or your output should be some crude instrument that anybody, any consumer, can use to detect an adulterated meat product. And that to be a very major contribution. But to put your hand on your head and say that, well, you don't have the implement and then the rest. That for a PhD, have you finished? No. You just started. Yeah. So that should be actually a major output, because once this is not. I also don't eat horse, but not because. But if it is cooked at a shop bar, I will not know the difference. But there must be some crude instrumentation that can be available, that anybody, even if at the shop, either you make it take away and then go and test, so that tomorrow you can go and raise concern. And so we need those things. That should be the new direction for this sort of research. Otherwise, you will be frightened, and then meanwhile, because of underlying health conditions, I will go and eat something, then I will start having some problem, and then I will think it is because of this imported sausage that I've eaten under this thing.
So with the use of handheld near-infrared, for instance, that's what I'm going to use in my study. And in the review too, people have used biosensors and smartphone apps that will get on your phone. So by just scanning, you can just know whether the product is adulterated.
Interesting. So there are a lot of techniques. Some even a common one has to do with palm oil adulteration with Sudan 4 dye, and they are having some quick, rapid tests available. Thank you for sharing this with us. We wish you all the best in your studies, and hope it will come out with some novel things. Oh, you have a question there. All right, last one. Quick one.
Thank you. I wanted to emphasize on the food fraud. So you asked there that if you go to the chop bar and then you buy a food and then let's say you ask for a grass cutter and then they give you a rat, it's all part of the food fraud, right? Yeah. And so assuming I go to the chop bar and then I buy a food and then I request for maybe fufu and then granite and then grass cutter. And then this granite is, they've added maybe flour. And then the grass cutter, it was not grass cutter. Let's say maybe some bush meat, but not grass cutter. But then I've eaten it already. And then this food was prepared from somewhere and then they brought it maybe in KNUST. So you yourself, you don't have any evidence. What are you supposed to do? If you realize that, okay, what I'm eating is not a pure granite soup, and then this meat is not also like a grass cutter, what should I do?
Thank you. You remember I asked from the consumer's point of view what people need to do. First of all, when you detect somebody doing something bad, evil, or a crime, you report. But our culture, we've not been reporting. Right from any seller on the roadside or wherever, restaurant, if you have a problem, you report. First to the seller that, no, this is what you detected. If the person does not show remorse or something like that, you report to the regulators. So the regulators can go and inspect. And if those things are detected, the person can face a consequence. I've had a personal experience abroad and in Ghana, and I realized the difference. I was at an airport, I bought a biscuit, and then the biscuit had expired. So when I asked the shop that, oh, this biscuit, they were apologizing. Oh, sorry. They know the consequence because if that gets out, they will be fined heavily. They will pay me some compensation. I would have become a rich man by now. I came back to Ghana. I noticed the same thing. The person said, oh, meaning nothing is wrong with it. Somebody came to buy it and was okay. You are complaining. You see the difference, the environment. If we keep tolerating something bad, people will not see the need to change. So reporting, okay, food is sold to us here. Student population, staff population, we are getting to almost 100,000 on campus here. Now, if there's incidents of food poisoning, we will now be lamenting. But when you see something not handling well, do you report? So we should report. That is one of the ways we can. Report to, okay. We have Ghana Standard Authority. We have the Food and Drugs Authority. They are authorized, inspect places, give them certification. You must meet certification before you go and sell. But most of our people, because they can prepare a tasty meal, they are selling at the roadside. You know, you cannot just drive unless you have driving license. People must have what? Food hygiene certificate. You must go to training, registration. Many people have not registered their food businesses, and they are selling. When there is any issue, what shows that they have gone through the standardization. We don't have time, but we can continue the conversation. But the basic thing is know where to report things to. The first must start with the seller. The buyer and the seller must have a conversation. When they don't show repentance, then you take it from there. But when you make them know that, oh, what they are doing is wrong, they will also change. But here we are. Next is by David and the team. So do we have David here? David Ekwaku. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. So tell us your title, your objective, and the key findings.
All right, so my name is David Kabuti Akwaku, and I'm presenting on effects of formulated organic fertilizer and inorganic fertilizer on cucumber growth and yield in ferric aquifers. Yeah, so in part of Kumasi or Ashanti region, we have soil we call ferric aquisols, which are poor in nutrients and limited moisture retention as well. And those that actually want to grow their crops have issue. All right, so those actually who wants to grow their crops have issues with the nature of the soil. Now, we talk about the application of inorganic fertilizers, and we say that it's actually degrading our soils. Therefore, although when it's applied, it actually have quick impact when it comes to yield. Notwithstanding, we also looking at how we can use organic fertilizers. Organic fertilizers also help in soil amendment, but when it comes to the release of nutrients, there is delayance in release of nutrients. So what can we do? Now we're considering the integration or the merging of these two to actually help us resolve this issue. Yeah, so the objective was just to assess the physical properties of the soil itself in the first place, and also look at the nutrient composition of the formulated organic fertilizers, and to look at its effect on cucumber growth. So it was carried out at the CSR from Musia, and these were the materials that was used. So there was this amendment formulations that was done. We have a lot of waste in our disposal, but what is the use of this waste? So there was this amendment that was done from literature. We considered the various ratios to see how it could actually help improve the soil. So these were the treatments that was drafted. So the land was prepared and we used the Tocho F1 variety, which was normally used at the CSR. And organic fertilizer was applied according to the rate recommended by Ibua et al. 2016. And then the NPK was also used as recommended by Emegara et al. 2022. So the formulations were actually characterized or were assessed looking at the various composition of nitrogen and all the organic content and organic matter within the soil, with the pH as well, in other ways to actually help influence the soil. So with the soil, we realized that it's actually a sandy loam soil, which consists of about 72% sand, 21% silt, and then 18% clay. And the soil has a pH of 5.6, meaning that it's very acidic soil, which has to be rectified. And then the moisture content was around 12%, which is typically a well-drained sandy loam soil. So we actually assessed looking at the growth responses based on the treatment that was applied. And we actually realized that with the plant height, treatment 5 actually has the highest with 140 point, about 141% of plant height. The same thing applies to with it actually had an effect. On the GEF as well. And with the T1, which has to do with the various proportions of poultry manure, cow dung, and then the cocoa husk actually also showed a high, or actually led in that when it comes to the leaf length. And with the leaf weight, the T10, which has to do with the NPK or the inorganic fertilizer, which is a positive control, actually had the highest. Also consider the yield trait responses to the different treatments. And we realized that T6 has to do with the cocoa husk or the cocoa husk biochar and the inorganic fertilizer that was applied. So we realized that with the fruit length, T6 actually dominated. With the fruit diameter, the same cocoa husk with the inorganic fertilizer actually dominated. But when it comes to the number of fruits and then the weight of the fruit, the T10, which is the inorganic fertilizer, actually dominated. Also considering the yield, we realized that T10, which is the inorganic fertilizer, dominated, notwithstanding T6, which has to do with the cocoa husk biochar, and inorganic also had about 82.07%, which actually tells us that when we combine it, it could actually help improve. Okay. All right, so as shown, ferric acidity actually had a low nitrogen and organic matter of 2 point, indicating poor fertility and nutrient for amendment, which was what we were actually working on. And then the formulated organic fertilizers also had high nutrient levels, showing 2.3 to 3.8% of nitrogen, as well as the potassium and then the phosphorus. And also has high organic matter of about 32 to 68%, with an alkaline pH of about 10, demonstrating a strong potential for soil improvement. So we also realized that with the soil NPK application, it produced the highest yield, although it produced the highest yield, but the cocoa husk biochar with the NPK also achieved a comparable yield, making the integrated treatment a more sustainable option for ferric aqueous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quick one on your conclusion slide. Is it organic fertilizer or organic manure? Do we have fertilizer that is organic?
So those that are produced from livestock waste or agricultural waste, we classify them as organic fertilizer.
Fertilizer.
Inorganic, exactly. So
then there's not a fertilizer. Agric colleagues, fertilizer.
Permit me, but this has been a recurring issue.
Yeah, okay.
Your organic source has two major attributes, unlike your inorganic source. The organic source is supplying both the nutrients and the carbon, whereas your inorganic source is supplying only the nutrient. So when you started, you actually used the right word, soil amendment, exactly. But you deviated along the line. Sorry. So they are actually soil amendments and not organic fertilizers.
All right. Thank you very much.
But I actually wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, okay.
Because your title said formulated, and I was thinking you formulated the both organic and inorganic, only to see that it was only the organic that you formulated.
Okay. Thank you.
Then I have issues with how your treatments were imposed.
Okay.
Because you gave two different citations for the quantity you applied.
Yeah.
That means it was not based on any element. It was based on weight, right?
It was not based on?
It was not based on any elemental consideration. It was based on weight.
Okay.
Because you used two different citations for the organic and inorganic. Am I correct?
In terms of its application?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that you use weight in considering what you are applying, and you are not particular about any element.
Okay, yeah.
So the meaning is that let me put it this way, there is a bias there. Because it's not the same amount of nutrient elements, particularly the nutrient that is critical for cucumber growth that you applied. Thank you.
So overall, looking at the things you have measured, yield, fruit size, and all that, which one and what is the impact? Especially, what should we go for based on the treatment?
Okay. Since we are actually considering soil amendment, we go for T6, which has to do with the cocoa house biochar, and then the inorganic fertilizer or the NPK, the blend of the two.
We are talking about, for instance,
yeah.
Let's say I have plenty yield, small size, okay? But I have fewer yield but big size. Are you getting the picture?
I'm getting the picture.
So which one are you using as your best treatment or result? If I have, let's say this room is supposed to be, let's say 200. Now we are less than 50, okay? Still there's conversation taking place. But let's say we have 200, but only 2 presenters. Do you understand? So in your case, you have the fruit size and you are looking at yield too. Comparing. Which one did you use in deciding the best formulation or treatment? Are you using the size of the fruit or the We have 2 more, right? One more. All right. Yes. We wanted to finish earlier. So tell us and then we'll move on to the next presentation. What was the deciding factor for your best treatment in this experiment?
Also, we actually considering, although yes, the size really didn't, although there was variation, but it wasn't that gap. So we are focusing on the yield. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any more? All right, so the same person is doing the next presentation. So let's end this one. Excuse me. That's number 5. All right.
Okay.
But he needs to go for another presentation as well. You are already from there. All right, thank you. Then let you brief some more. And then number 2. What happened here again? Where is the folder? Number 2. The slide had rotated or what? I've not seen this before. Is it a PDF? Where do you rotate this? Just my first time seeing rotation. Edit. The slide is not in the portrait direction, so you need to rotate it. Do you know how to do this? How come you submitted it this way? And your file is a PDF. You should look for an icon somewhere to rotate. Look at the arrow. Yeah. Yeah. There's an icon here. You click outside. Yeah. They'll rotate. Okay. Thank you. Technology for us. Okay. So, do it quickly for us. Title.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Problem. Objective findings.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohamed Sawaroni Hadatu, and my presentation topic is on the comparative characterization of the physicochemical properties and functional properties of 3 date food varieties marketed in Tamale, Ghana. Before I proceed, I would like to ask a question. What if the ancient desert fruit is the key to modern innovation in Africa? Well, Phoenix dactylifera is a globally consumed fruit from the family of Archaea. It contains. Please, how did I? Here.
The arrow. So now means you have to use scrolling down. See, when you bring things of this nature, you should be able to manage it yourself. Okay? Use the arrow here.
Phoenix dactylifera is a globally consumed fruit from the family of Archaea. It contains natural sugars such as glucose, fructose, and sucrose. It's high in dietary fiber. It contains vitamin A, B6, and K. And it also contains a lot of minerals. It is valued in traditional medicine because of its anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. It is usually consumed during the fasting periods as a rapid source of energy. And fresh date fruit contains about 23 to 25% moisture. One may ask why this study? For scientists and researchers like myself, there is little comparative data on date fruit varieties in West Africa. And to the processing industry, date fruit powder stabilizes and allows the maximum utilization of fresh date fruits beyond fasting periods. And industry value, it helps in decision making as to which product or which variety is good for product development. My main objective is to comparatively characterize the physicochemical properties and functional properties of Bari, Maktoum, and Majou date fruits. And my specific objectives is to determine the pH, total soluble solids, and color attributes of the date fruits in their powder form. Also to determine the proximate composition, that is moisture, okay, and assess the functional properties as well. Okay, so from the data we have here, the graph shows that Bari and Maktoum Bari and Maktoum have a slightly higher pH value than that of Majou. And when you look at your right, that is total, and Majou is very light than that of Maktoum and Bari. And also when you look at the proximate composition of the three date fruit varieties, it shows that all the varieties have moisture content less than 10%, which is favorable for a longer shelf life. It also shows that Maktoum has a highest fiber content, which is suitable for health-oriented products. Majou has highest protein, which shows that it is suitable for high protein formulations. Carbohydrates, all the three varieties has 80% carbohydrates, which is reliable for high energy source. Functional analysis data on the three varieties. Maktoum shows that it has the best moisture retention, it has highest water absorption capacity, highest swelling index, and is best for instant cereals and snacks. Majou shows that it's best for oil-based products. It has highest oil absorption capacity, highest bulk density, best in fried foods and dense products. While Bari shows a versatile intermediate properties, such as mid-range on all parameters, suitable for general application. It's also a good balance in water absorption capacity and oil absorption capacity. The bar plot here shows that the ellipsis shows that the varieties are largely distinct with few similarities that overlaps each other. Varieties association with the attribute. Majou is associated with most of the attributes as they point towards or lie close to each other. Maktoum is also associated with swelling index, water absorption capacity, moisture, ash, fat, and also fiber. Barley is partly associated with swelling capacity, fiber, fat, pH, oil absorption capacity, and carbohydrate. The correlation among the attributes shows that attributes close to each other shows a stronger positive correlation than those farther apart, and attributes directly opposite each other shows that there is a strong negative relationship.
Conclude.
Okay, in conclusion, module has the highest protein content. It is superior when it comes to visual appellation, and it has best oil absorption capacity, highest bulk density. Maktoum has highest water absorption capacity, best in swelling capacity and index, highest fiber, and it has the lowest pH. Barry has intermediate properties such as moderate water absorption capacity, oil absorption capacity, and it has a similar fiber to that of Maktoum. I would recommend that for premium high protein foods, usually appealing products, baked goods with fat bindings, module should be used. And I also recommend that for fiber-rich products, acidic formulations, moisture-retentive foods, and instant cereals, Maktoum should be used. And for general purpose food products, versatile ingredients for diverse applications, Barry should be used. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions, comments?
I go to slide 9, the one before this one. Yeah, we are talking about principal component analysis. There's no script plot. We are not showing any eigenvalues, but then the bar plot, we were talking about close to each other and not the rest. I think you should revise this particular slide and then use appropriate terminology very well. Now, the names of those 3 dates, is it a Dagbon name or their standard names from the Arabic world?
These are Arabic words.
And do they have any meaning?
I didn't check for the meanings.
Even if you had shown a picture of this date, we can even familiarize ourselves with it. So, do you have something to show? No. Scientific presentation. You could bring some pictures to show. Then we know.
If you can even get some of these things at is it Melcon, the one at the former game at the mall, the Kumate Mall. Because if you go there, you see about 2 types, and then the one that those women have been selling around. Is it that tiny hard one? Which is which?
So the one that looks yellowish, very light, is the berry. The very sticky one, that is module. And we have the dry one, that is very sweet too. That's the Maktoum.
The next presenter should be getting ready. We are running out of time. Any more? So please take the comment for your graph as Prof has suggested. Thank you very much. So yours is number what? So, David, again? Yes, so you can present.
Thank you very much. So, I'm presenting on composting dynamics and quality characterization of cocoa husk biochar-based organic fertilizer. So despite enormous quantities of food waste and cocoa residues generated annually in Ghana, their utilization for nutrient recovery remains limited. So therefore, we actually looking at formulating poultry manure, cow manure, to come out with a compost that will be useful for plant growth. So this is the same manure that was composted for the earlier presentation I did. So the objectives were to evaluate the effect of this amendment on the composting dynamics, and also determine the influence of these different amendment combinations on nutrient transformation and compost quality, and also to assess the maturity and the hygienic safety and suitability of the final compost. So these were the formulations that were done. So we had 7 treatments, the C being the control. So the physicochemical characteristics of the feedstock materials were actually assessed before it was composted. And also before the composting, the chemical properties of the compost piles were actually done to assess the various nutrients available before it was composted. And after, because it was going to be used, or it to be used for use or applied to the soil, it was also assessed afterwards. So this is the temperature, the daily average temperature readings that was done during the composting periods. I also looked at the heavy metals available within the compost, since these are amendments that will be used for growing of crops, such that it will be very, very health. It will have very good hygienic and health safety wise. So I also looked at the microbial loads, looked at the fecal coliform, the total coliform, and also looked at the E. coli, the salmonella. These are all microbial loads, the Hellmann's egg within the compost that was done before and then after. And realized that after the composting, when it even comes to the salmonella, all those microbial loads actually left the compost. So in conclusion, poultry manure amendment treatment exhibited superior thermophilic performance within the range of 56 to 59 degrees Celsius, which enhanced microbial activity and accelerated organic matter degradation. While the nutrient amendment substantially improved compost quality, increasing total nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium concentrations. And also the final compost produced was microbiologically safe and environmentally suitable according to the standards, and also complete elimination of salmonella. E. coli levels went below recommended standards, and heavy metal concentrations was also far below regulatory limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Are you not happy with your own presentation, or you're having some challenges? Any question for him? So with all these formulations, what is the impact? What is our take-home message? What is the need for all these formulations, cow manure, poultry manure, and so on? So what do we do with it?
So just like I made mention earlier on, this composting that was done was actually used for the growing of the crops. So we actually looking at how this waste could be utilized or put in proper use for crop production.
Does it mean so what is new here?
So the new has to do with the various compositions that were done. We realized that salmonella, especially the main concern is the cocoa husk biochar that was placed in there, because we realized that with its application, it really actually enhanced removal of salmonella and then also some heavy metals within the composting material itself. That was the findings.
Thank you very much. Let's give all of us a round of applause. Both presenters and participants and all contributors. You agree with me that the summit has limited slot for oral presentation. Majority in posters, and especially food group had the highest abstract, 21 going for posters, 6 for oral presentation. Those for posters doesn't mean it's not a good presentation. It's simply because we don't have space to accommodate everyone. So let's also make use of the poster sessions and also the book of abstract. Read from there. You can pick 1 or 2 things, or maybe somebody's working on something you can collaborate with, or there's a lab or a research group doing something that you can use their methodology, things like that. It shouldn't end only in the book of abstract. Let's move it from there. Even at the end of the conference, we can prepare full papers for publication. So on this note, we'll bring the para session to an end. We are getting ready for the next session. So if you want to stretch your leg for some 2 minutes and come back, let's do that now. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. So finally, good to meet you.
a lot today, so everyone is ready to have a coffee, have a break, and do the networking, which is a very important element of this conference. So let me not say much more than it's been a really productive day. So I think when Alex and his team, and where is he? Proposed, he's sitting in front of me, proposed this African Nexus Summit, and we thought, wow, we cannot really imagine what this will be, but it sounds really great. And then the call went out, 85 abstracts were handed in, and this has just been incredible success. So I mainly want to say thank you to Alex and his team for having the energy and the vision to put this whole thing together. And I really mean it when I say I'm glad to see you're still alive. And I hope you will still be alive tomorrow because we need you as a dedicated Trans-Sahara partner. And Joanna has been the most incredible MC all day, keeping our energy levels up. So thank you, most sincerely appreciate you, KNUST and TCM hosting us here and giving us this opportunity. And I think this has been a really unique opportunity. So not only do we have Trans-Sahara partners, but also our community in Tindongo in the same room. And I think this is really a brilliant idea of Alex's team and Alex that they had to bring us together. And I hope it will be the first one of many meetings like this, so that we can really have a close dialogue and really hear from each other regularly, so that we can forge this path together. I have not heard of a community joining the conference before, so I think this is an innovation in itself and amazing. And I also want to thank Trans-Sahara Advisory Board members for all of their inputs with questions in the panel sessions, all of the patients staying here all day. It has been really productive session. And I think if I can wrap everything up into one little word, it would be the word vision. I think the great thing about today is that we have a joint vision now based on what has been discussed. And that's really all we need in order to go forward in a fruitful way, because that vision is the most important thing. And the fact that we had some dancing and laughing and speaking together, it's wonderful to have this Nexus community here in Africa. So thank you very much to all of you for this wonderful day. Thank you.
At this moment, I want to call Professor Odro Kwatin and the team. Everybody, those wonderful invisible hands that put this. You've been hearing Alex. This is Alex. This is Alex. That is Alex. And the Alexes are all the Alexes are coming. So when you hear Alex, please Daniel, please come. Prof. Odro Kwatin and where's Daniel? Yeah, this Daniel. There's another Daniel Dia, and then all the please. And the very, very good news is that almost all the sessions that went on, there were Irene and the team were preparing the report and then the protocol. So it almost will be seamless. By the time you get to Germany, Italy, wherever it is, you get your report almost by next week. The team they are from the publishing studies, so they are working. That is why you see this wonderful book of abstracts. We just wanted to showcase every department's strength. The only unfortunate thing is that we didn't have to build anything. Like the architects would have also designed something for you. So please, Dr. Kaba, please, Irene, come. And then the other invisible, Stephen, what are you doing there? Please come. They are so shy that they don't want to come. It's a whole team. The reason why you see a lot of work done is that it's a lot behind the scenes. Rhoda, come here. Don't run away. And Kofi, please, come here. Yes, they are coming, and some of them, please, Prof. Dia, come. A lot of your visitors that had to come in, when he makes a call, everything goes through. So when he makes a call, everything goes through. And there are still others who are up there. You've already been seeing them. So I just want you to thank them for me and everybody. Just give them a clap. They are all the Alex that you'll be hearing. This Alex. So when you see this one getting done, that one getting done, this, yes, this was a chief coordinator, and that is my chairman for the local organizing committee. So maybe he will say a piece of, yeah, I told you that they are all shy, and I just want to thank you very much. If you did not come, all the efforts that they put in place wouldn't also have worked out. And because you are here, that is why then I think we fulfill the Ubuntu strategy. We are because you are here, you also are, and you are here. Thank you very much, and thank you very, very, very much for coming.
Thank you. Please, the QR code for the evaluation is here. If you can kindly scan it and let us know your thoughts. We'll be happy to hear from you. And as we did to start, we prayed, and we would like to pray to end. It is our way of living in KNUST. And we believe that when we pray, God hears us and keeps us safe. Okay. So, Reverend, would you pray for us again? Yes, please.
Then we'll go. Heavenly God, we want to thank you for taking us through the whole of this day. Lord, we started with thee. You've come to an end for this day. Another day is yet to come, and we commit that day into your care in advance. I will pray that, Father, with this glorious day that we've had, we know it will be more glorious than that, as the days are still ahead of us. So that when we come to the end of the days, we will give glory and honor to your name. We ask us in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. The posters are still up there. If you want to leave your poster with us, we would like to have it, and then we can. If you want to take it too, you can carry it too as well. But please, tomorrow, those of us in the Trans-Sahara group, follow the link, the information on the platform. Details on the trip tomorrow. The trip on Thursday. Tomorrow we have